Good morning. We're back hopefully with the chill background music. Once again trying to focus as I get these 3 pages done. Fingers crossed. Oh god. Test something out. Okay. Oh no, that won't work. Never mind. So rasterize it. Convert to vector layer, object. There we go. For a second, my touch input wasn't working. I got worried. Curb. That was the word that I was looking for yesterday. Curb. It's the little area between the asphalt and the concrete of sidewalks. Oh my goodness. I am so glad I finally found the word. It's bothering me. Like, as I start drawing a curve, I'm like, that's it! That's what I needed! I feel better about that now. Hooray! Oh, hi, Mimi. Here with all of your bunny emojis. Hope you're having a good day so far. I'm a bit sleepy. Oh, just home from a meeting, I see. You're tired? Oh, that's nice. I went on a walk last night, too. As per my homework. Oh, that sounds nice. It's too stinky outside? Aw. I'm sorry. It was really muggy outside when I went for a walk, too. Like the kind of, like, wet and muggy where it just sort of just, everything smells wet. Or damp. But I guess at least it didn't smell bad. Then again, my sense of smell is awful. I hope I still have some energy left after dinner. You want to tussle a bit more with the ending over your outline, but I fear it will be rushed. Oh, that's okay, Minnie. Endings are hard to write, and inevitably, Act 4, the last act of a story, usually goes pretty fast. It's kind of normal, because like finding the perfect balance between the pacing of the beginning and then like the ending when everything's kind of like wrapping up, it's always a bit hard to do. But it is just the outline. When you actually start doing the comic itself and how it is on the page, you'll find your pacing. But pacing is like one of those things you do during editing, you know? There's always ways to add and remove things, but you gotta get the main thing down first. It's easy to edit once you have everything in. That's why I personally I like to create like an excess of material sometimes. So that if I have lots to work with, then it's easier to cut away what you don't need. car door. Oh my goodness. Well, it got drawn. That's good. Okay. Line work done for this page. That's all. Oh. That's all the background lines. Hold on. These chill beats are not doing it for me. So I'm gonna find... I want to find some orchestra music. I want to listen to proper classical music, but I also don't want to get copyright struck if Twitch decides it doesn't like that. Even if the recording itself is copyright free. That, or at least something a bit more upbeat. Because I feel like this chill music is going to put me to sleep if I have to listen to it, which I do. I would rather the stream be silent and me listening to music that actually keeps me awake. Let's see. I'm gonna try a different website. Let's see. wonder if it does a shuffle. Or is it all downloads? It's all downloads. This would require downloading stuff. I don't have time to do that. I also don't want to use my Spotify because then, like, I'm just going to turn sound off because I need to listen to something that's not chill beats. 4 seasons of Vivaldi it is. I used to listen to this on repeat during my later high school years. I think I also got to perform some Vivaldi. I think we did like Winter in my orchestra in high school. That was fun. tail. Boop. That's for you. All hail the boobs of the snoots. I like that that's become a popular review. Hydrate? Okay. I'm hydrated. Two more panels to draw. Have you heard of / read The Dangerous Convenience Store? I have not. What is that? Mini? Is it a manga, webtoon? Oh, it's a BL. Is it a good BL? Oh. I haven't heard of it. I'm actually like really ill-informed on any like new big BLs. Oh, is it? I assume it's on Webtoon. Oh no, it's not. Oh, I see. Okay, it's a mature webtoon. So it's probably on like Leishin or something like that, right? It might still be. Oh, I see. Oh, it's hilarious. Oh my goodness. I mean, I assume from the title, it takes place in a convenience store, and there is danger involved. What even could the premise of this be? Oh my goodness. Oh, the art style's pretty. The main character looks soft. Oh, I see. Are Yakuza involved in this one? It's a good read? Oh. I had to be really careful starting webtoons or manga because it's such a sinkhole. Is it complete? Or no, it looks like it's ongoing. Like it updated yesterday. Oh. Oh, it's complete. But other platforms have had it. I see, okay. can do this. Do I want to keep drawing that accessory? This is the JPEG. Yep, that's fine. Time for dinner for Minnie? Yay. I might take a break for lunch soon. I will eat some foods, Minnie, I promise. Oh, Flapple. Work has been rough for you. Didn't get thrown under the bus, got so many actions. Oh no, Flapple. I am also sleepy. I don't know if I'll be able to do the whole day. But like, I want these pages to get done. Oh. Alright. Save these JPEGs. Save the pages. Send this off so my buddy can see it. I'm going to take a break now and go have lunch. And then when we come back, I'll be able to start doing the rendering. So we'll clean up the files and go from there. Alright, back to work for Fluckle. Good luck with everything. I will also be back. I'm back from lunch. Let's take a look. Oh, hey. Did someone new come by? Oh, it was a while ago. I don't know if they're still here. Thank you, Flapple. Oh, you're still here. Hello. Your username's really long, so I'll just call you Senpai. Thank you, Minnie. So what's been going on? Oh, Flappu's filling in on the stuff I've been doing. Yeah. Been working on my Gentle Giant. Sera, you should put your script writing method in the writing advice section of the Discord when you get the chance. Oh, man. Do I even have that written down somewhere? I feel like my writing process keeps changing, but its fundamental levels is outline, treatment, and then script, which mimics the way you would like make a movie script, because that's what I based my comic making stuff off of. Oh, you joined the Discord. Thank you, Senpai. Let me pause this for a second. Okay. I got the major plot points. I got an idea how long I want my webtoon chapters to be, 60, 70 panels. That is on par with, like, officially produced, like, episodes. They do take a long time to make, depending on your art style, how many people are on the team. Did Sera ever go over script writing here on stream? I only remember outlining. I don't think I went over script writing. But effectively, comic scripts can come in a lot of different forms. Like, at this point, I don't even really write a script anymore because I script and storyboard on the same page. But that's because I'm a solo act. When it comes to scripting for an artist, my general recommendation is that the scriptwriter should have, like, you know, you got your title, give an estimate number of panels. If you're in webtoon format, then it doesn't matter what the pages are, but if you're doing a page format, then it goes page number, panel number, description of what's in the panel so that your artist has some direction. Character names are double indented and in all caps. Dialogue, single indent. Oops. Dialogue. Right, and then if you have any intermediate parenthetical actions, feelings, vibes, you add that in the parenthetical above the dialogue, which is what a movie script kind of looks like. And so you take all of this and you repeat it down and you go page by page. Descriptions are super, super useful if you have an idea of like what the camera angle should be, or like if it's a close-up shot, a zoomed out shot, a super close-up. Alternatively, oh, let me wait for the ad break. Yeah, Minnie. The setup from Scrivener is the one I use. I use Scrivener's comic script thing, and it's very similar to a movie script. So let's wait. Let's hold on. If I turn on Streambot, then maybe I might notice a bit more when the ads are on. 26 seconds. What are we doing next? I'm gonna try to work and color at the same time. Work and talk at the same time. Streamer bot, are you awake? You're awake. Great. 5 more seconds. Streambot's awake. Alright, ad break's over. Community's back. So, writing a script. Let's see. Made an outline of the major plot points. What I'm currently doing with my script is something that the artist can work with. Good. I also include reference art as well. Fantastic. Reference art is great. If I was being given a script by somebody that had a very clear, like if I was giving a script and I had no input on the storyline, like I had no creative control over the plot, I only had to bring somebody else's thing to life. Clear descriptions, a little bit of wiggle room and leeway to like set up camera shots and angles, simply because the artist comes in with a certain set of skills to clearly tell your story in a visual manner, right? Because sequential storytelling is like, it's a skill on its own. And so, along with the script, right? If the script writer, right, if you wanted to have certain kinds of shots, you're allowed to sort of like stick figure it. You know, you can make your own storyboards as well as guidance to visually convey to the artist what you want as well. If you can't do it in words, or if it needs greater clarity. That's something actually I learned from like Neil Gaiman, for instance. He recommends that you don't have to be a good artist in order to like show storyboards for your artist to make their work. Yay, ads are over with, yeah. And now StreamerBot will yell at me a little bit every time they turn on. But oh, I see. You're working on a webcomic called Love Kimiko. It's a drama set in a cyberpunk era. That's cool. I always like cyberpunk. I'm not saving this. So, yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're already doing what you need to do. And if you're going to work closely with your artist, then, you know, you'll always be there to help clarify things as need be. I was struggling with how do I communicate to the artist that I want specific camera angles. So yeah, you can look up like screenshots from movies that you like, or just straight up stick figure it. You know, if you have to take a piece of paper and a pencil and draw your boxes and like sketch it out, it does not matter. Like, even if you do storyboards like this, right? Like, say that you have a sequence of panels, right? And you're like, I want this character, right? This box is a character. They're sitting on this bench, and the camera angle is coming from like up top. I want to look down at them, you know? And then you could say this is a straight shot. It's a close-up of the character, you know? And whatnot. And then you can say that you want the camera angle from below. A good way to show the camera angle is like this, right? So if you have the square, and you can view it that way. Arrows, scribbles, you know. Storyboards don't have to be art. Storyboards are instructions. And then it's the artist who can then take that and turn it into like this, right? Because my sketches, I'll show you what my sketches look like. I should start using that document stake thing. Alright, so if we ignore my 3D models, this is what my scribble storyboards look like, right? And then sometimes I'll go ahead and I'll use 3D models that can then later help me block in the poses. Or I make a cleaner sketch. Like, this is what the artist will worry about. Even if you make something that like scribbly, like this, it's extremely useful if you're looking for something specific, if you have a clear vision of what you want. So like that's always one good way to communicate with your artist. Reference images are fantastic if you make like, if you go into MS Paint and you create a color palette, if you're like, hey, this is the kind of colors I'm thinking I would have. In fact, I was doing a character design for a friend of mine who's doing a bit, like he's developing a video game, and he's like, here is the mood board for the character, you know, like this is the vibe for this cat night that we're doing, right? And so I've got like her vibes, some ideas for like what kind of outfit she should have, who she's inspired by and based on, notes, and then eventually, and I'm still working on the Calico Knight actually, I gotta pick this up again. But this was like, this is our design so far. And we've been going through a couple of rounds of, you know, going back and forth and learning how to communicate. There is going to be a learning curve. If you're just starting out working with an artist, you're gonna have a little bit of a back and forth, and it's really important that both you and the artist are aware that this is going to be a thing. That you know, everyone's expectations are kind of in line, because creating a webcomic, especially one that has 60 to 70 panels per episode or per chapter, is a huge undertaking, right? I've been making webcomics since 2015, so it's been 9 years, and I have made hundreds and hundreds of pages. I've worked on teams, I've been an assistant, I'm currently the main comic artist for My Gentle Giant, which is a new gig that I've gotten in the last few months to take over a comic and help finish it, right? So yeah, taking it slow and steady, step by step, is usually the best way to go when making a comic. Let's see, I'm struggling with how to, because I did want to introduce a character that was in a Dutch angle but make it mysterious. Another difficult thing is reference art because of AI, yeah. My story has mythology play a huge part in the cyberpunk world. Oh, that's cool. It's my first ever story. I'm not sure if 60 panels is too much for a chapter. Kind of googled it and I was like, yeah, this works. Budget is kind of out of the window. It's not an issue. Okay. So, if it's your first ever story, and you've never, like, finished any comics before, or like, written and like, finished and published them online, usually my advice is make it small and get it finished. Get it finished and get it put in front of who you think your audience is. Because a huge part of webcomics comes from just finishing a story for the readers, right? That is your primary job as a comic creator, is to finish telling your story. You know, people want to read a complete narrative. Sadly, like, you know, a lot of us are used to things not getting finished, or things going on hiatus. Like, hiatuses are fine. I'm on hiatus with like 2 out of my 3 main comics at the moment. But I always come back. But yeah, the most important thing is if this is your first one, your only job needs to be to finish the story. Even better if the story's not particularly precious to you. And that's more of a personal thing for me. Like, some people can start with like their one story, the one thing that they want to tell, and that's the only thing they do. But if you want to do this for like a longer time, it's good to test it out with a story that you're not quite as emotionally attached to, because it can be hard if you're like learning how to do it and people critique it, or, you know, people don't like it, or they don't like it as much as you hope they would, that it doesn't then sort of like injure your ego a bit, your artistic pride. And that's always something to watch out for. What did I do? I moved something around, and I think I... Hold on. For the love of... Put that there. Put that there. I'm currently reading Lookism and finished Viral Hit. I did finish a webcomic called Monster Child. Okay. So it's not your first ever story. Or sorry, you finished reading a webcomic. I'm gonna finish the story before, so it's streamlined for the artist. That's good. Plus, I'll probably publish it after a majority of the artwork is done, because I feel bad giving time restraint to the artist. Okay. See, that's really good. That's exactly the mindset you want to have. When it comes to a production schedule, I'll give you a sneak peek into how production planning works for teams, even a team of 2, because I used to be a production manager for Studio Tapas back in 2020, 2021. And I helped build up our entire like production planning process. It was like me and Hayden, who was my manager. Like, the 2 of us tag team developing this. The way that Tapas does it when they have an original is they create a schedule in which they break down how long it takes the artist to do each step, right? So, not this. You break out all your steps, right? So, script, storyboard, sketch, line, flat, render, which is just all the shading, all the whatever. Whatever other steps that you have, you know, if you had to reformat it, if you're doing it in print, or if you're just going straight to scroll. And you find out how many days does each of these steps take for one episode for your artist, right? You total that number of days, and then you add 20%. That's how long it takes to produce an episode for you. And this will change, because you'll estimate one thing and you realize reality is something different. And when that changes, you have to go back and update your production schedule. And what we would do is we would create this huge spreadsheet that had the number of days that then corresponded to like specific dates by which we kind of like want to see things done. And if you have like points at which you want to review the art, which the best places to review the art for major changes is storyboards. Sketches is for minor changes. By the time the line work is done, you should not want to change anything in the main art because it is a pain in the ass to redo line work. And your artist will not like you if they have to do that a lot. I have seen artists, I've heard of artists burning out because they got too many revision notes from studio teams. And it's not fun for anybody. And so like, you know, it's picking your battles with panels as well. Because your artist will have strengths, they'll have weaknesses, they'll have things they're really good at and things that they're a little bit struggling on. And not every panel is going to look ideal, but also webtoons and webcomics are also read extremely quickly. So it just depends on like what your ultimate goals are. It's always good to it would take over a week to produce an episode for a single artist. Oh. If I was doing a 60 to 70 full color, fully shaded episode, a 60 to 70 panel episode, it would take me like a month. Like today, right now, I'm working on 10 panels. Granted, I do get a little distracted while I'm chatting with people, but it takes me 2 to 3 days to go from script, like a script is done and like I'm actually working off an outline, but to go from script all the way to final render is like 3 days. I intend to like finish this today. What time is it? 1:30. So for me, who's been working for 9 years, right, and I am a very fast artist too, it would take me 3 days to do 10 panels. 2 days if I, you know, don't have like appointments and stuff, like life stuff happening. 60 to 70 panels takes a week to do if you have a team of 3 or more. I've worked on teams of 5, and we've had to put out 90 to like, or like 80 panel episodes weekly, which was frankly a nightmare. It was awful. It took me, I was just the line artist for that. It took me 3 days to do line work, and during crunch time 2 days, but like 10-hour days of nonstop drawing. That was the beginning after the end, and that is not a pace I would recommend literally anybody to do. Like, I would not be able to do that now. Like 5-6 years ago, my arm was in much like better shape, and now I'm just like, oh, I'm turning into an old lady. I'm getting sore. There is a physical toll to drawing that I guarantee is there. How many panels does a webtoon typically have? But I don't mind publishing once a month, rather publish weekly. After the artists finish the arts, just so readers get their weekly dose of the comic. Yeah. So here's the thing. You're an indie comic. You don't have to go by the standards that teams and studios do. The typical webtoon is not typical when you're indie. I have webcomics that are uploading 1 page a week, reformatted into a scroll, so people get like 5 panels a week off of my like stupid sketchy little comic, right? Even my biggest comic, I used to upload 10 panels 3 times a week because I wanted to get into the fresh updates, new releases page so that people could see I was actively updating. So that's 30 panels a week. For my best comic, that is the maximum I did. And I, you know, working completely on my own, no assistance whatsoever. That was like my peak production. And now, because I want to have a better backlog, my goal is to put out 20 panels a week, 10 panels like twice a week, right? So it's 20 panels total, so that people get 2 updates per week. And I basically get to create a backlog, hopefully for like months in advance, because the pace at which I can create is faster than the pace at which I'm releasing the comic. So it doesn't matter what schedule you put your comic on, so long as that is consistent. Consistency is what readers like. They don't care how long they have to wait because they're used to that. They're getting this for free, right? They're not paying for it if you're putting it out for free, therefore you get to make all the rules. What's typical is what's typical for you. And readers will just have to suck it and accept what you give them, basically. In nicer terms, but yeah. Like, they will take what you give them. But yeah, that's good. To not worry about the time frame, especially if this is more like a hobby type thing. It's just something you're trying out and not like I'm gonna make this my career sort of thing. Because for me, it was very much, this is my career. And therefore, I had to make sure that I was learning all of these, like, practices that professional artists would want to take. Or, like, what I imagined I'd want to do as a professional artist in the long run. And so that I like the manner in which you create your comic, the manner in which you put it out, is heavily dependent on your goals overall, right? If it's just a hobby, then I'm just like, do whatever you want, however you want to do it. If you intend to gain a readership, then it starts to become like, okay, if you want to do that, then consistent update schedules, not burning out yourself or your artist, figuring out your marketing genre, find out where these comics would work best, posting it everywhere you possibly can, comfortably. Figuring out, like, you know, how do you want to do social media updates? Do you want to do social media updates? And as the writer, there's also other things you can do in terms of finding art assets, brushes, tools, pre-made patterns, 3D models, anything that can make the artist's life easier. You could do that searching for them so that they can focus on creating the art. And in doing so, you also educate yourself on, like, the kinds of tools that artists use so that you can better creatively direct them as the writer. I think that's a really great way for writers to be more involved in the creative process, because if you educate yourself on how the drawing is done and the steps and what's involved with it, if the less art becomes a black box for you, the more appreciative I think artists will be, because they'll feel like, oh no, you actually, like, understand how long this takes, what's involved. Even if you never really draw yourself, it's possible to just sort of, like, learn how it works. Boop, boop. My schedule is once every other light year passes. Mini, light year is a form of distance and not of speed. Or time. Light years are for distance. Yeah, being consistent with lore, power scaling, tearjerker scenes, yeah, like that's like the details of plot and stuff, and that's, like, entirely your domain. And yeah, there doesn't have to be huge amounts of like white space between panels. This comic is on a much smaller book. It's much more of like a traditional manga. So this is what the previous artist had made, right? And so I'm basing it off of the original comic, but I had repaneled it for a new print run. And there are other comics I have that do have colored gutters, right? So let me show you my main comic at the moment, which is called Partners. And because My Gentle Giant is not mine. I am helping to finish, write, and draw it, but the original team of My Gentle Giant's no longer working on it because the writer for My Gentle Giant passed away some years ago, and since then the original artist kept going for a bit, but recently had to stop working on the comic because it was just too emotionally involved, and I was assisting at the time, and then so they're just like, hey, would you like to take over the whole thing? And I'm like, oh okay, I can do that. But this is from Partners, which is a sequel to my main comic, Bones Tarot. And so this is what my art normally looks like. The style for My Gentle Giant, I'm trying to make it look cuter. But like I have like this is like my usual, which is a crime thriller, urban fantasy type deal. Not the slice of life, fluffy high school romance. Those are not the stories I normally I ever make. In fact, the only high school story I have is also basically a suspense thriller. Well, suspense-ish. It's a bit of both. But yeah. So there's a couple of pages that I'm actually working on for Partners. He's my boy. He's my main guy. Yeah, that's Partners. All characters from Bones Tarot, which came before it. I like the way you did that. Thank you. I hand draw all of my sound effects. For printed webtoons, it's easy to tell it wasn't made for page layout. It's easier to shove page format over to webtoon and make it look proper to avoid too much white space. Yeah. If you ever so much as have an inkling that you want this to get printed out one day, start it in page format. For the love of God, or whatever higher being you believe in, do it in page format. And I am very passionate about this because I spent the entire month of April reformatting a scroll webtoon into pages. No one should have to go through that. And I did a damn good job at it too. But my lord, was it tedious after a while. I'm surprised it even got done. Genuinely. So, yeah. Started in page format. The page is not dead. It's always easier to reformat into scroll and then make the gutter look pretty. It's fine. But oh my goodness. It is a pain. I do want it in page format, but I decided to do scroll format because I don't know how big a panel will be to the page. It doesn't matter, because when you do it in print format, like this is at 26%. At 100%, this thing is, I don't know how many pixels wide, but wide enough for the 800 to 940 pixels wide that scroll canvases are. In my opinion, it is always superior to start in page format because you're already going to be working on a canvas much larger because it has to be at 300 dpi at the print size you intend to put it, right? So this is manga size. This is like an A5. Partners is on a an 8.5 by 11. like page size. Like these are big comics. That I give myself a lot of room to do, and so my canvases end up huge. So you really do have to worry less if you go from page to scroll, because the pages will be big enough for the pixel sizes. And this is where like it becomes important, I think, for writers to understand, you know, pixel sizes, canvas sizes, dots per inch, which is what DPI is, right? Learning some of the peripheral technicalities of creating the art and the files for your webcomic will help you produce it better. Because if you just sort of like leave it to the artist to do and you don't know what's going on, I feel like that does you a disservice to not know exactly how your comic is being made. At least, I don't know, it would bother me. Mostly because I refuse to relinquish control to others at the moment. But that's because I have a specific kind of personality that wants to keep control of the stuff that I make, no matter what. And since I don't want to push that onto anybody else, I do it on my own. Oh no, ads! Brain can't brain redoing scroll format. I mean, that's fine. A majority of webtoons are done in scroll format. But yeah, I'm very much a Western artist. I've as much as I love like manga style, I can't do things at the manga size. Like my web comics are big books. In fact, yeah, let me bring over Bones Terror. I'll show you. Okay. Alright. So, A5, A, B6, whatever those are international book sizes that I don't understand because I'm American. I measure everything in inches. So, let's see. I think this is the biggest. Okay. This is also 8.5 by 11. So this is my biggest webcomic that I've got from a couple of friends of mine, Snack Bag Studios. They have basically a high fantasy webcomic that is based off of a D&D campaign. And like their work is just really neat, you know? They have some amazing page setups and whatnot. Like their use of color and like setting things up is just quite lovely. They're in, I want to say Denmark, but I feel like I'm wrong. It's either Denmark or Sweden. Oh, I feel bad now. I have no idea where they are. But they, I'm pretty sure it's also translated to Danish. So this is like 8.5 by 11, which is like the really big types of books. This is what eventually Partners is going to be sized at. It's like huge, right? And then we have Bones Tarot compared to My Gentle Giant, which is smaller. Bones Tarot, this is 7 inches by 10. I don't know why it ended up that size. I think I was looking at a printer and they allowed it, and I was just like, yeah, let's make it this big. It's fine. So this gives like a lot more room on each page, you know? I can fit like 6 to 7 panels, and I worked at a page size, and when I transformed it into scroll, it fit the width of the scroll just fine. So that people on phones can still get the same level of detail due to like the DPI size, which is 300 dots or 300 pixels per inch. And if you're like 8 inches across, that's what, 8 times 300 is 2,400? 8 times 3, right? Yeah, 2,400. So if your entire page is 2,400 pixels across, then that divided by 2 is 1,200, which is still more than enough for the width of a scroll. So you could cut the page in half and have skinnier panels and still be fine. A4 makes me think of Wagyu. Oh, if you're hungry, eat something. Originally gonna have your story be a light novel, had difficulty writing stuff due to being autistic. That's okay. And I was gonna do manga, but like panel formatting was throwing me off, so I decided on webtoon. Okay. That makes sense. That's perfectly valid, right? If it just makes sense to you to have things in a vertical line going straight down, one panel after another, that's perfectly fine. I will also say this though. There are graphic novels that don't have fancy paneling. You don't need fancy paneling to have a good manga. There's some manga out there, like Yonkoma manga, right? The 4-panel comics, where their pages look like this. And this is one like gag, right? Same thing, some Western comics literally just have like a grid. I read Nimona is a great example. So Nimona, the graphic novel, all of the pages are on this grid layout. There are no crazy sort of like angles and shifts and the things that you see in manga in Nimona. So you don't need to get fancy with your paneling. You can just make it look like a grid and tell a great story. Nimona was a lovely story. I loved it. I think I binge read that webcomic, like graphic novel, in one go. So you can start off page paneling super simple, right? I experiment here and there because I enjoy playing around with it, and because I've done it for so long that I have a sense of like, okay, I know how I want to compose my page, but that just comes from practice. If I eat knowledge, my brain will be full. That sounds right. That sounds correct. I binge read a lot of my comics too. That's why I have to be very careful about starting stories, because I need to make sure I have time to like devour them. So about Webtoons TOS, to go back to that, you want to add horror aspects to the story, such as gore. Biggest inspo for it is Junji Ito. Great inspiration. I'm not sure if that's too graphic. You can get away with certain amounts of like violence. I don't know if this is still true, but Webtoons doesn't like blood if you're an indie comic. Like if you're in Canvas and you're not like one of their originals, they don't like showing blood. They don't like knives or guns or drugs, or just like basically anything that isn't PG-13 is very iffy on Webtoons, and frankly I don't trust them, mostly because I create queer comics and they don't have a great track record of like the double, like I'm used to having double standards for BL, especially because I create more mature BL. Like I don't make fluffy high schooler stories where they're only allowed to hold pinkies. So I always err on the side of caution, and that's why I also have a Patreon, because I have to censor my comics. I censor all of the spicy scenes, and then I tell my Webtoons readers, hey, due to TOS, due to rules for this website, this episode is censored. You can see the full uncensored version on my Patreon. Mostly because I don't want underage people to be able to access my spicier work. It's not for them. So paywalling that is an effective way to support myself as well as keep that away from children. Alternatively, if you don't want to paywall it, you can always set up a Comic Fury account, which for free will let you set up a server for your webcomic. And I think it's got like scroll format options as well, and you can just post that for free and then point people that way if you want to make it available to them. That is an option. Comic Fury is one of those relics of like internet 1.0, where you really do just need you had to link it and you had to web ring it and you just had to like point people toward it, otherwise no one's gonna find that website. It's glorious. Pre-social media days type of setup. I love it. No, my story will likely need trigger warnings just out of respect for the reader. That's good too. Yeah, I mean, just yesterday, Minnie and I were talking about having content warnings and trigger warnings for readers. And I think they're really nice. I think if you know that you're dealing with sensitive and difficult topics, or if you have like a lot of gore or sexual intimacy in your comics, then you could be like, hey guys, this chapter or this episode is going to deal with such and such type of violence. Please use discretion and take care of yourselves. And I'm all for that, honestly. Having a bit of warning, even as a reader, like I'm pretty okay with most things, but seeing that and being like, okay, I know what to sort of like prepare myself for is nice. It shows a certain amount of care towards your readers, I think. And in the end, you just you do your best, you use your discretion. I want to make my reader cry, yes, but I don't want the reader to feel upset because I didn't put a trigger warning. Yeah. So, like, in Bones Tarot, I had a car blow up too. Sort of. It was a small explosion. It just flipped it over. But I've had actually, I think I've got 3 explosions that I've drawn so far. And on the top of those episodes, I think I put, this episode has genre-typical violence in it, because the whole setup, the whole premise of the vibe that you set for your story does a lot of the heavy lifting for setting expectations and keeps the reader from getting blindsided. So, like, if I clearly have a story that has fighting and guns and cursing and things like that, if an explosion happens, you're kind of primed to be ready for it and you won't be startled by it. But like in like early instances of like things that can be triggering, that are content warnings, putting that at the top and being like, hey, this is what this kind of story, like, this is what kind of story this is, please use your discretion, is a great way to go into it. And honestly, a car blowing up is not that graphic. That happens in PG-13 films. I would consider gore and graphic to be kind of like if somebody's getting like sliced up, or if someone's getting really badly beaten up and you're showing it visually. If someone, like, if the insides of the person are on the outside, that's extremely graphic, and could be unpleasant for people. But with exceptions, things like explosions, punches, fighting that's generally showed off screen or implied, that's pretty PG-13 and should be okay on Webtoon. I think I was extra safe with Bones Tarot, and I censored like the one stabbing that I had. I censored that, and I censored the knife, and I censored the guns ish. I think I censored the guns. I'm not sure. I don't remember actually. But it doesn't matter because those chapters aren't on Webtoon anymore, as per my contract. So it doesn't matter for me. I'm gonna have to be careful with partners. But yeah, like the blood, you can have blood, it just can't be red. So like I made all my blood, and I censored it black, I think, in my art. Because I was just like, it's stupid, and I just sort of filled it all in, and I'm like, it's blood. Or black goo, I don't know. So I did that just to be safe, because it's a pain. Because I don't think they don't necessarily notify you if they've taken down your episode, or so I've heard. And so abundance of caution, because I never want to be notified at all or have anything taken down, because it's annoying. But you know, it's also their platform. It is a private company. They get to make the rules, or really they're following the rules of Google and Apple. Otherwise their app can't stay on the store, and that's how they make their money. So they don't do what hurts their bottom line, which, fair enough. I don't do what hurts my bottom line either. Oh, that is a lot of gore, senpai. Yeah, changing the color of the blood. Yeah, if you have something like someone attempting to harm themselves in any sort of extreme way, that deserves a content warning. You can have it. I don't think you can, like, show it, is the thing. Like, I don't know. Let's see, Minnie. The most hilarious censor I've seen on drama shows is blurring of knives, cigs, wounds, and sometimes regular tools if used as a weapon, right? So it's like that stuff too, which, fine, I guess. Maybe it's because I grew up in America where violence is extremely more acceptable than sex on screen, so it's like I'm not used to weapons being blurred out. I am used to, like, things being, like, off screen, you know, unless it's like a rated R type of movie. But the fact that, like, some Asian dramas, like, blur out weapons and stuff is really funny to me. Which, on one hand, I understand what they're trying to do, which is not, like, glorify violence. But it does look a little funny. Maybe due to my more Western sensibilities. Which, I don't know, to be fair, like, some audiences can handle that amount of violence, and some can't. It all depends on your audience, you know? If you have a dark, gritty, sort of, like, action type story, and that's what it is from the get-go, and you demonstrate that to the reader, I don't think they're allowed to be surprised when violent things happen in the dark, gritty story. It comes with the territory. Like, if this comic, right? If this cute, soft, fluffy... Oh no, clip. Behave. If this soft and fluffy comic somehow suddenly had, like, sudden violence that is not typical of high schoolers, and, like, an explosion or something, yeah, that would throw me off. That would definitely take me out of the story. I need to restart clip because it doesn't like my touchscreen. Cars aren't flying, but the crime rate sure is. That's a good narration. That's a good line. But yeah. Another thing, like, if this is your first ever story, I hope it's not very, very long. I hope it's not gonna take a, like, isn't like an epic size, because the best thing you can do for yourself is start with something that you can see the finish line for, that is somewhat small, almost an experiment, like a pilot. That's actually something that I did once with a story that could have been much longer, and I had finished 2 other small comics that were about 20 to 25 pages each, and then my next thing was like, alright, I'm gonna create, like, a manga pilot chapter, which was 52 pages long, and at the time it was the longest thing I had ever made. I had never finished anything that long. And that comic never really got continued. I did a little bit more, but then I lost interest in it. So, like, starting off small is useful in a lot of ways, because it builds confidence. Because there's like a whole bunch of things involved in posting your work online that you don't expect when you first go into it. Like, there's going to be a lot of things, like, you did not expect that is involved in creating a comic. for the first time. Things that'll surprise you. And so it's good to go in with like a flexible mindset to be like, all right, there's going to be things that will change in like the landscape online. And also, if you're doing a more cyberpunk sci-fi drama, know that that is likely going to have a smaller audience online on places like Webtoons and Tapas, simply because of the nature of the genre. Because the story will be competing with like other sort of like more mainstream genres, but actually, sci-fi is also pretty niche. You know, like of sci-fi fantasy, sci-fi is a bit more niche than fantasy, and dramas even more so than that. So, like, simply on the hierarchy of genres, there you'll have like a smaller pool of interested audience members there. So that's like something to keep in mind before you start uploading things. If like, you know, if you have any expectations of audience size and growth and interest, sci-fi and cyberpunk stuff is fun and interesting. It's also niche in the same way that like queer stuff is, but I don't know, BL readers are pretty feral because we can't find this shit in like the mainstream, so the online audience is extremely feral for good BL and good like queer content as well, because we don't really get it anywhere but the internet and but for independent readers. Like, we're getting a little bit more here and there as like it's become easier to see things from other countries and like get to see BL dramas and things getting translated to English, but it's still also like a extremely niche online community. Sci-fi is a bit more spread out. It's got lots of different subgenres. So that's another thing to keep in mind with like the type of story that you've got. Ooh, Lovecraftian horror is fun. Yeah, it sounds like you have a story with a pretty epic premise, and one that will have a large cast. So always good to for the sake of like not having to juggle too much, having a smaller cast, having fewer settings that then force you to be more creative with your storytelling and to have more impact with each character that you have is something to also keep in mind. That's something I learned from the movie crafting book Story by Robert McKee, which is something that just it worked really well for me and my kind of brain that needs a lot of structure in order to like organize my thoughts and my outlining. So based on that, like, you know, there's just like there's so much that goes into creating comics. Aha! Ads. I will wait. I need to pay closer attention to when ads are running. I it doesn't help that I'm not used to people coming in and chatting outside of like Flapu and Minnie. So many days are normally so quiet. And now when like people show up, I'm like, oh shit, I gotta pay attention to the ads. Don't have to worry about that with Flapu and Minnie. They're subbed. 20 seconds. I think I'm the only one who's ever dragged you through comic making advice. Alright, we're back from ads. I mean, dragged is a strong word, Minnie. We frolicked through comic making advice. We have gotten sidetracked quite a few times. But it was always fun, you know? 'Cause I like sharing how I make things in the hopes that it can be helpful to you in some way. And I will always say, like, in the end, if anything I say or like my methods or whatever just don't vibe with you, throw away my advice. You don't need it. Listen to yourself. Don't listen to me. What do I know? I only know about my own specific situation and how my brain works. And even that is sketchy at best. So yeah, it's like if this is helpful if this is helpful for you, then great. If it isn't, don't listen to me. I am not an expert, I'm just a goober who's somehow managed to survive in the webcomic space, and it was mostly on accident. I just really like doing this, and I just didn't stop. I reel you in then? Yes, you do, Minnie. You do. I scribble Sera into my world. Happy face emoji. You've been amazing with advice. Oh, thank you. I'm glad. I'm glad that if it's helpful, then hooray! Yay! I just know that, like, for all the advice, for all the rules, for all of the story structure and what to do and what not to do, in the end, all that matters is like telling a good story, you know? Telling something that you're proud to have made, that you enjoy reading as well. Something that means something to you. And then putting that out into the world. Or not. Some people don't share their stories. Some people write or draw just for themselves and their friends, and that's fine too. I have a bunch of art that I never post online because they're literally just for me and my buddies. Any kind of artistic expression and creation is something that I would like to encourage in everyone. Because I think everybody's got a little something that they can create, that they would enjoy creating. And to be able to do that is really nice. Feels good. Aw, gold star for me? For me, Minnie? That's so sweet. Alright, Minnie. Make a request. What do you want a really fast, super quick doodle of? Wow, that's really bad. There we go. Gold star? Boop, boop, boop. Boop. I mean, it's been a while since I've done one of these little doodles, but I also have like my Twitch doodles I need to do. I know. Shh. I'll do them eventually. Doodle Jiho giving you a star. Have my boy serve you a star? Oh snap! Do I know what Jiho looks like? Have you? I've seen you posted Jiho, right? He's on your Instagram? Alright, let me find Minnie's Instagram. Introduction. Aha! I have Minnie's Minnie's link site. What do you mean page not found? Do you not have? Aha! No, that's Tumblr. I'm in your server. Aha! Instagram. I found it. No. Jason's very pretty. Is that Jiho? Fine. Log me in Instagram. Let me see the image. For goodness sake. These obstacles I have to jump over just to see Minnie's art. Ridiculous. Is the one with brown hair Jiho? Which one is he? Is that him? The one in the pink shirt? Discord sent you. Okay. That works. Oh, there he is. Okay. He's so cute. He does not deserve to go through all the things you're putting him through, Minnie. I see you. Oh, he does? No. No, he doesn't. Look at this pure, adorable bean who you are making suffer. How could you? Saying that you'll pamper him afterwards. Not enough. I want a happy ever after. Happy ending. I want to know he will be safe and loved and cared for. Yeah, you gotta give that aftercare post-character development. Thank you, Senpai. You're correct. Yeah, I like that emoji. That is Jiho. Aww. Also, you do know this doodle is like for you, right? So if it's Jiho giving a star, this is like me giving you a star back. Boop, 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 boop. Jiho gives everyone a star? Okay. Oh heck, how do you draw hands? Which side is the thumb on? I've forgotten how to draw hands. I don't know which angle I want this to be in. Alright, hold on. I got this. I'm a professional. I am good at what I do. I know how to draw. Alright, there we go. Coffee. Let's send it to Minnie. There's your gold star. And then, as usual, I'm gonna delete it. Bye. It's gone. Gone forever. Minnie has the only copy. Back to shading. You draw hands like hands? Left or right? You're right. You're absolutely right. That is how you draw hands. A right hand is just a left hand through a funhouse mirror. At least that's the way mine are. I force myself to draw hands a lot, so I actually get decent at them. So when I was younger, definitely had lots of drawings of characters with their hands behind their back. Because I didn't know what to do with them. There's so many old sketchbooks I've got that have characters in that pose that I think every, like, tween who's ever drawn, like, manga and anime have done that. There are remarkable similarities amongst all tween drawings. Like, there's a certain era where we all share the same style. Oh no, I didn't do some of his flats. Just looking through a couple of my manga book sets. I think it could work in manga format, TBH. That's good. Yeah, having like manga on hand to just sort of like be an immediate reminder of how like your favorite mangaka put their panels together can be incredibly helpful. Like, another reason I had to be careful about like reading manga is that whenever I engaged with another artist's work who I think is just like really, really good at what they do and really nice, inevitably, I start taking the things that I like the most and incorporating it into my art style. So my art style like shifts and changes with each artist I kind of like look at, and I'm just like, oh, I want, and then I take. So sometimes it's very hard for me to like read other creative work, cause it's just like, it's definitely gonna rub off on me. Oh, hey, yeah. Bones Tarot is romance and drama. With crime. I think we have a Nightbot thing for Bones Tarot, right? It's this. No, it's not that. It's this. It's not that. Oh, man. Well, alright. He's not a cowboy detective. He's a U.S. Marshal who happens to come from Texas. And he may have been based on cowboy archetype characters. Ooh, weapons and magic. That's up my alley. I'll read anything that has weapons and magic in it. Well, no, not anything. I don't care for action fantasy stories that are just male power fantasies. I find them boring. Also because I've had to, like, work on them. And they're just sort of... they don't do it for me. I read them, and they're interesting up to a point, but, like, once the main character kind of, like, gets what he was going for, then I'm like, why is the story continuing going? What, is this just a never-ending power trip? And the answer is often, yes, it's just a never-ending power trip. And I don't like stories that don't end. Like, please, grow as a person, go through actual struggles. I want to see you fail, and I want to see what happens after you get up from failing. Like, that shit's important. But I suppose I understand the wish fulfillment aspect of power fantasies. Gosh, rendering goes so fast. It's the drawing that takes all of the time. If we have time after this, we're gonna do some sharpened rabbit coloring. I got new pages. It's either that or partners. I really want to get partners back on track. But there's not enough time. So that's done. We don't need any beta fill. White lights. It's not the tool I want. Okay. Line work. Line work's done. Soft shading. Oh wait. Okay. That's done, that's done. This is here. Sen is a nice pen name. It's like 10-10, but we get screen time. Oh no! Oh, you mean 10-10 from Naruto? I really liked her. But yeah, she doesn't get much screen time, does she? I really liked her design too, like both pre and after Shippuden. Honestly, all of the designs in Naruto were pretty fire. Okay. Looks good. Hashtag justice for Tintin. Aw, Sen. See, that's what fanfic and fanfictions are for. Yay. Does the front door feel like around time? Who knows? I'm read your comic now. I'm excited. Oh, I hope you like it. Bone Starrow is a premium comic on Tapas, so after chapter 8, you can unlock one episode per 3 hours. Or unlock it with points. Or ink. Ink. Yeah. One page is done. Hooray! Done. Save. Save the final page. Alright, we'll reformat that later. Next page. Okay. Done with that. So green. That's done. This looks good. Oop, shadow. You sure it's not sweaty points? Yeah, it's not. It should be. Should be, but it's not, son. Oh no, ad break. Waiting. We're waiting. Oh, it's just really light and I couldn't see it. I was like, why isn't the shadows working? It's because they're too light. Okay. Oh, we're back. The not to sound like a kid line made me laugh. I'm glad. Everyone seemed to love Macy. I also love Macy. When I first posted that chapter and introduced everybody to Macy, everyone was just like, "We love her. Will we see her again?" And I'm sitting here like she was supposed to be a walk-on role, and she ended up becoming like a recurring background character because everyone liked her so much, and I'm just like, well, far be it from me to not give the people what they want. She's really cute. She's a good support character. I will be mastering the art of screen tones even if it kills me. You go, Minnie. Less is more when it comes to screen tones. And every mangaka uses screen tones differently, if at all. Like, in Clamp's art, I think it's largely just hatching, background patterns, and then maybe the occasional screen tones. And then there's other manga that like use a whole bunch of screen tone. Yeah, also dependent on the genre. I really like screen tones. I wish screen tones were more popular because it'd be nice to do a screen tone comic again. Hey, the next time I come up with another idea, like for that scribbly comic that I did, instead of doing it in grayscale, we'll do it in screen tone. We'll do that. I'll get some nice screen tones, and then we'll use those. I have a few BL manga in screen tone. In print, I can reference. Okay, good. Yay! Yes. Maybe once the go to sleep comic is complete, we'll have to come up with another cute, silly idea for a spicy comic for me to sketch doodle. that is a pretty haunting panel of Jiho. Oh, you should sketch it. Get it out of your head so that it's just sort of like out there and put to the side. If you're emotionally able to sketch that. Poor Jiho. Since it's a panel that you know you'll include. Gotta save it on paper. Can't even risk possibly forgetting what it looks like. It's burned into your brain, just like the opening shot to the story. Oh, but it's breaking your heart. That's fair. Yeah, some things don't go away. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely, for sure. Because there is a scene in Running Fish where the scene where Rory and Harlan meet has been imprinted in my brain for years. Like, I know exactly what's gonna happen, I know exactly how it's gonna go, and I will find a way to make it happen. We will get there. There seems to be a lot of lore in your story, Sen. Though I am always a sucker for categorized groups of people that all fulfill like a set of things. Like any set collection. The colors of the rainbow, the 7 deadly sins, the 7 virtues. 5? I think there's 5 noble virtues. I don't know. Okay. Second page is done. Hooray! Save, save. Yeah. Bunny with sunglasses emoji. Thank you, Minnie. I feel like the bunny with sunglasses. So cool. Yes, the car does make that noise. It goes rrrr. from ads. Sun. Or Sen. It's so interesting how much work goes into a panel, and I'm a writer, keyboard converter. Oh, yeah. Well, so, it's hard to write too. Writing is hard. Prose is not easy, and prose is something I'm gonna be doing a lot more of, because one of my my web novel has gotten a royalty share deal for new chapters, which is nice. So hopefully soon I'm gonna have to be doing more chapters there for that. That'll be an interesting story to continue. Writing is hard. Thinking about words is hard. It may not look like work on the surface. So much thinking goes into it. It melts my brain a little. Mini. I think the easier part of writing is the word vomit, editing it and forming it into something that also sounds good and makes the reader feel things is a few more steps up the difficulty scale. Granted, if you have a solid concept from the vomit, that is. It's like the debate with stick figures. You can always learn the skills needed to work with the craft, but you lack vision and emotions to insert to an art piece, it'll fall flat in expression. Yeah, I feel like there's there's a surprising number of moving parts to the written word that can take a person by surprise. Because if you're simply journaling, if you're simply writing for yourself, even if you're just like doing fan fiction for the hell of it, you're not required to like properly communicate to an audience, you know? You're doing it just for yourself. Some fanfic writers get a little bit more serious than that, but back when I was writing fan fiction, it was kind of just like, you get what you get, and it is what it is. But I realize if you're like making stories and making fiction for the express purpose of communicating to an audience, suddenly all these skills of being able to communicate clearly become super important. And then, like, writing becomes a task of how do I transmit what I feel, what I believe, what I see and sense in my head, such that you will have as close an experience to that as possible. And how do I do it with words alone? With a tool called language, which is so malleable and so easily misinterpreted sometimes that the hardest part of writing isn't the writing. And if you're passionate about what you're writing about, it isn't even what you bring to the table. It's the act of communication, right? Because you can tell somebody like, oh, this makes me real big mad, but they're not gonna feel big mad until you expound upon it in a way that they care about, you know? Or this makes me big sad, but they're not gonna feel that unless you show them and you take them by the hand step by step and make them experience what it is that made you or the character feel big sad, and then they're just like, oh, right? Writing is witchcraft, honestly. I admire good writing so much because clarity of communication is so hard to do. Oh, it is so difficult, but it's so worthwhile that like I keep coming back to it, because no matter how hard it is, no matter how many times I fail at starting and stopping and starting and stopping, and my goodness, have I started and stopped so many projects in prose, I keep coming back to it because there's just something about it that I myself cannot let go of. So I figure something will get done eventually. Well, and then when like writing is going really well and you just feel clean and clear and like everything's coming through with clarity, that's always a really nice feeling. I feel like that's the kind of thing that comes with practice, just like drawing or creating comics. Mastering a medium is such a task, such a craft. Each and every medium requires a certain amount of technical skill to succeed long term. What also falls flat in expression? Expressionally flat stuff. Well, in that case, isn't it done on purpose? If it does happen on purpose, would that mean that it fell with purpose? Yes? Question mark? Ugh. Class is how philosophy works? I don't know what you mean. This page is finished too. I want to take a nap. It's 3:35. All right. I'll do the title page once we have the title. Okay. $9.40. Oh. I'm going to check how this looks on the phone. Because Clip has a nice little companion mode. Okay, let's see. I love this. I can set it up right here on my phone and it's an exact copy of the canvas that I'm on. I think it's a good size. I don't have to make it smaller. Cool. So how long do you usually stream for? Anywhere from 4 to 8 hours. It depends on how the day is going and how tired I am. Perfect. Let's check this on the phone. Okay. Alright. Looks good in phone. Okay. Cool. And awesome. Took 10 minutes. Haha. Scroll version of chapter 14, episode 1 is done. Let's save that. Chapter 14, episode 1. Save. Did I save? Where did I save this? Oh, wrong place. Wrong place to put that. Oops. I saved it in the wrong folder. Okay. Okay. I've sent off those files to my editor. Okay. It's 5 minutes to 4. And because I want to take a nap, I think I'm gonna call it a day here. I got the main thing I wanted to get done, which was the most important thing. So, really, really glad that that got done. And it was fun talking about story writing and scripting and all of that today. I did get a lot finished. Oh no, and I just saw someone who came in on YouTube. Great comic, thank you. Worked hard on it. But I think I'm done for the day. So, I hope everyone has a good rest of their day. I think tomorrow, I don't have anything going on tomorrow, so I should be streaming tomorrow. We'll see how I feel, because I usually take Thursdays off, but I also have a lot to do, so we'll see if I stream or not. I may not stream, I may take a break, I may just sort of like draw on my own, and then I'll be back on Friday. So, we'll see. We'll see. I'll try to stop by, keep you updated on my story. Sure. You can also post any updates you have on the community Discord, which we have. There should be an area in the sheep arts and art critique. Maybe I should update that and say arts and writing. Because you can create a post without uploading any media, I think. Or no, do you have to? You know what? I'll make a new channel. Yeah. Yeah, because I have the server is both my Patreon locked server as well as the community server, and the community server is smaller, so I'll make a text thing where you can share your creations. Yeah, so the sheep arts is more of a gallery. And then share your creations will be a place where you can, where anyone can share things right, with, etc. Whatever it is. Okay, save. Then I should check to make sure that it's included on the roll for sheep. How do I wait? Community onboarding. Post join questions, server guide. Oh no, I need to. Oh wait. Yeah, if you're the sheep, you should be able to look at everything in the workshop. And then the rest is supporters. Okay, you can see share your creations. I think. Let me change a thing. Permissions. This is weird. Well, if anybody has any issues with, like, not being able to see that chat. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, everyone can see that chat. We're fine. Cool. Yeah, in the Discord area, there's like a tickets thing. So if there's ever any trouble, you can always send me a ticket in the Discord chat. Even if you have like questions about art or writing or whatever, there's that too. Double. Oh no! Wait, is there already a Share Your Creations channel? Oh! It's in the supporters pasture. Okay. Let's do something else then. Let's do a sheep-based one. Yeah, it's under supporters, isn't it? Let's see. Sheep made creations. Save. We have to be in line. We have to be on brand with the sheep cult. That's how this works. There we go. I changed it. Right? That makes sense, right? We've got the sheep arts, where it's the arts that the sheep make. Sheep made creations. Anything else that y'all make. Arts is more of a gallery. I didn't realize, because it's like if you do... If you want to make a new post, you do have to like title, enter a message. Oh, you should be able to do just a message. Hold on. Test, post. Oh, I can post text without any images. So you can probably do it in sheep arts. I guess arts can be for creative stuff. Like related to creating games and stories and all of that, and then sheep made creations. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna keep both there, and whichever ones people want to use, they can use. Yep. Alright. Time for me to call it a day. As always, thank you for giving me company. I appreciate it. I hope everyone has a good rest of their day. And I'll either see you guys tomorrow or the day after. Yeah. Everyone take care. I'll see you later. Yes, you can post about your stories, updates, and sheep-made creations. That or sheep arts, whichever you prefer. Maybe sheep arts can be for finished stuff. And creations can be just whatever. We'll figure it out. I've never run a community before, so enjoy it while it's nice and small. Everyone take care. Alright. For real this time. Bye-bye.